Hey, good morning and a happy Sunday. Hope everyone's all right today. All right. Starting to warm up in here. It's at 52 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, we're going to be doing a little bit more with AWS and Lambdas today. I'm going to be taking some more notes because I want to make sure that a lot of this is captured in my notebook. Oops, I got to turn on the scene switcher. There we go. So yesterday we did install a caching proxy for Docker. I don't use Docker all that often, but when I do, I usually hate it, and it's mostly because I don't have a ton of bandwidth. So, given that, I'm trying to mitigate that dissatisfaction and have a little proxy here that I can continue to use, or maybe I can fetch things offline, etc., etc. Things that I might normally use. It's installed on my Raspberry Pi. This is on the Raspberry Pi. I thought I had that. Ah, there it is. Etsy Docker registry config. And this gets added. Okay. Oh, there is no PB copy there. Morning, Xenocron. How are you? And this did work. This did work. I had a little bit of an issue, but ended up getting it working. I'm gonna go ahead and add these just in case I want those later. Sometimes I wish that OneNote supported Markdown. let's see. So I have install it, set it up as a proxy, which is editing this file, enabling it. Now it's going all right. It is going all right. All right, now the thing that I had wrong yesterday was in the Docker preferences, in the Docker engine. You can configure it inside of there. I had used HTTPS instead of HTTP. And there was no visible errors, anything. It was just silently failing. So configure Docker client. All right, I think I got some notes on that. That's good. Yeah, I can reproduce that now. I wanted to test this. Let's see, where are the Docker images stored locally? Because if I go into the dashboard here, I don't even think I have a Docker view on OBS. Might want to do that. I'm going to add a new one real quick. I'll call it Docker. Okay. There we go. Now we can see that. Let me make sure that this gets added in there to the scene switcher too. So we're going to go to Firefox. Where's Firefox? There's Firefox. Yep, not much going on there. We'll come back to Docker. It works. Okay. What's that? That is the Docker desktop app on OS X. So when you install the Docker DMG, this is what you get. You have containers, you have apps, and then there's other things that show up in here. This is the dashboard. You can't see the menu that's in the system tray. Now, if we started a runner, started something here, let's go to images for a moment. You can see that there are these SAM images. Now, if I say I want to clean these up, I select all the unused ones and I hit remove. Let's go ahead and do it. It says we can't, no such image. Now, I think this is because I ended up creating, or configuring rather. We're here. If we go into Docker engine, this is where I had to add the registry mirrors. Now this is the same as the configuration file on the disk. It's in, I forget the location. But you also have command line stuff that you can turn on and off, Kubernetes, all sorts of stuff, right? So if we come back to Docker engine, let's see what else do we have in here. Disk image location. Oh, fantastic. I'm going to take a peek at that. I hit the browse button. It did not take me to any location though Took me to like my home directory. Does that exist? Oh, it does exist. Well, that just says docker.raw. I have no idea what that's for. And this is for standard HTTP proxies. Okay. Oops, let's go back in there. What's in network? Okay. I guess this is the network that Docker uses for the containers. Okay, so we're gonna take this chunk out. Apply and restart. And then I want to see if I can delete those and see this still work again. Okay, now I can log out. If I hit cancel, I come back here. It's telling me that the desktop, Docker desktop is starting. Got remote repos. There's the mosquito stuff. 5 years old. Host interfaces subnet. Let's see. Now we're going to see if we can clean these up. And it says that this one here was created 41 minutes ago. All right, well, I'm going to close this window. I'm going to open it again. Go back to dashboard. Yeah. Images. Oh, look, there are fewer. Okay, I'm going to remove my local one here and then put that that proxy back in, because the proxy thing must be referring to the other one. Come back here. Excuse me. Those other 4 must be then referring to what's in the proxy cache, like where that other set of stuff is. By default, it creates 3 networks, one for each driver of bridge, host, and null. Oh, each driver. I see. Okay. I'm gonna adjust the heater. Be right back. Okay. So that restarted. I'm gonna cancel out of there. Close this and open it up again. Go back to dashboard. Images. Nothing. Okay. Send. What was it? Local invoke. Huh. Yeah, it looks like it's actually fetching it via the Raspberry Pi now. But it's not showing us everything that Docker is doing. I get that. And then if we come back into Docker, we can see containers and apps. No containers running. Wow, that was quick. I wonder how quickly this... Oh, there it is. There it goes. 10 frames a second. It comes and goes pretty quick. Okay, that's not too bad. Where'd my coffee go? There it is. Other end of the desk. All right. Now, I wanted to see what it would take to get HTTP set up for this. I'm pretty sure we could get testing working on this. If you don't remember, let's look at the code here. A couple of custom events, right? Stuff coming in off the wire. Register the handler. We have a little hello so-and-so. So that seems like it would work. I feel like I want templates for these. Not this sort of template, although this would be nice. I want like a cargo generate for each one of these. So I wonder, what am I wondering? With the not Google, AWS CloudFormation, I wonder whether or not, like, excuse me, how to use this in conjunction with other functions and other resources. Do we just get one more of these? Let's say we have like a goodbye one. I guess that would be like so. And of course, hello would be replaced with Godot further in, but is this going to be like the main descriptive file for this? Probably. Okay, yeah, because this was what we read yesterday was that SAM, Serverless Application Model, is an extension of Google CloudFormation. So this would describe it all. API Gateway Endpoint URL. Prod stage for Hello World function. I wonder how you can handle different branches. Let's say you have production versus test, right? Or beta, whatever it's going to be. How would you do this so that these sections there were different? I see that it's handled by Bootstrap. The function name is Hello Rust. Let's go back into main. Do we need different bootstraps for this? Can't stand HCL, but it's way more intuitive than YML for wiring stuff up. What is HCL? Something cloud language? Oh, HashiCorp configuration language. Oh, yes, yes. Yes, by the HashiCorp tools. But Sam, you should either give it different handlers or change the code URI, have a per lambda project. Yeah, I was wondering about that there. How would you end up expressing that you have different handlers for different events here? That's what actually why I came in here, because I wanted to see how would we make this one versus the other. It looks like you're just registering a handler, and that's it. There's only one. How would I say this is for multiple handlers? Change the code URI and have a per lambda project. Interesting. And then there would be the overhead. Usually it's one project per lambda. Then there's going to be the overhead of the size of the binary, right? So if we do a build, oh, that's not going to work. It shouldn't work. Because if we wanted to do one target per, that means we need to modify cargo to tumble, the source, and really have an entry point for each one of those. Wow. Oh, what was it here? What was that other target? Cat make file. Where is everything? It is in there. Why isn't it showing it? So what would that look like if we had more than one? I could see having more than one binary. That'd be fine. It seems then that you would have, let's say you had a lot of traffic, and each one of these containers, let's say you had, let's just choose some silly number like 1,000 functions, right? For whatever reason, and you had DB connections, and you needed to ensure that you know you weren't just slamming the DB. Each one of those, like whatever they are, targets, each one of those functions would be in its own VM, which would then have its own DB connection. Seems little rough. I guess I definitely feel like it leans the other way. Like I get that these run like in 30 milliseconds or whatever, but they probably have a little bit longer of a life than that. They take some time to warm up. They're going to take some time to shut down. And if you ever have the problem where you do have traffic and these things are constantly alive, or you get a spike in traffic, let's say, you're on like Hacker News or something, get all this stuff that comes and hits. Well, it'll scale really well, but hopefully it scales. It doesn't crush some weak spot in the design, like having 1,000 functions that are pointing at one DB resource or something. I wonder if there's, let's go look at that project again. Where's the documentation? Docs, 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 docs. I should close all of these windows. All right, which windows do I want to keep? This one. Start. No, this can go away. That can go away. Bye-bye. What about this one? Docker? No, we figured that out. Data-oriented design. Full convo yesterday. And this was about the custom build functions, which we already got going. Let's go ahead and kill that one. What's this? Oh, this is Sam. Let's open that again. If an AWS serverless HTTP API resource is defined, the path and the method values must correspond to an operation in the Swagger definition of the API. Swagger definition. All right, just gonna fill that off. This one was a duplicate of one we already killed. Okay. All right, well, no point in keeping all those open. Close tabs. To the right. Only 58. Ha, Swagger. I use Swagger all the time. All right. Sometimes Smolder. I wonder if it's possible. Okay. I want to see if bundling a resource can have multiple endpoints or entry points. But for that, probably have to look at, is it Lambda HTTP? It's a lot of what I'm thinking is going to be the HTTP side of the world. And maybe the HTTP right here lets you provide different entry points. Oh, that's not it. Let's go to the home page here, O.21. We ended up in some strange setup there. See here, oh, runtime client? No, not that one. It should have been this. Oh, it is version O.1. Okay. But in theory, you were talking about a short stateless piece of code. And while I agree with you, Xenocron, I've seen I've seen people optimize AWS Lambdas in ways that they, like in Node, use stuff the DB connections into some sort of global state in case the same Lambda gets invoked just after this one, just after the current call. It doesn't have to do the setup of doing the TCP connection and all the extra overhead there. So you get, your second hit is much faster than your first one. And I can see having, like, if you're constantly having to set up DB TCP sockets over and over and over again, that's a bit of overhead that you could avoid. So if you don't have to do that work, don't. Then I think it might be a little quicker in the in the kind of edit, build, test cycle to set this up this way, if it's even possible. Oh, interesting. So you can run that with this function name, Rust test. And this is if we have that set up, which I haven't done yet. Okay, I'll probably do that in a little bit. Serverless framework. So what is this Lambda runtime client? Now in the documentation before it said you probably don't need this, or get the wrong level here. Yeah, you probably don't need to use this crate directly. I wonder what it is though, because maybe we do. Maybe the other ones are. I'm gonna make it too simplified. The client fetches events and returns outputs as a vector of U8. Interesting that it fetches events. Ooh, that could be fun. What's it connecting to fetch an event? This library makes it easy to create a Rust executable for AWS. Yeah, it makes it easy, right? So you're sacrificing some sort of configurability probably. Small Lambda macro. And you can provide your own runtime. This project does not currently include Lambda event structs defined definitions, though we intend to do so in the future. Community maintained AWS Lambda events can be leveraged to provide strongly typed Lambda event structs. Interesting. Okay, let's open that one. Look at that in a minute. Custom event objects. Suggest using Saturday. Got it. Now in this case, we're not using the macro. All right, so the other one that I wanted to look at was, well, this one, yes, but I do want to look at the docs on the ODA 101, although I'm really curious about the runtime client. Let's look at the runtime client. Try to get it. understanding of what this is from the bottom up. This crate defines the runtime client that encapsulates interactions with AWS. Yeah, the example was just, this is how to use Saturday. Which, I mean, to be fair, that's a lot of what some lambdas are, right? Just a data mutation. All right, I think we read this on the other page. Runtime client. What? Oh, interesting. Cannot retrieve next event. Okay. All right, and what does that macro do? I'll come back here. Take me to the repo. Yep, they have config types, all sorts of stuff. Handlers. We looked at that. But where was the macro defined? What's in the attributes? Okay. Return true if attribute macro args declares HTTP flavor in the form of lambda HTTP. So I have the attributes and the token stream. So args, what can args be? Oh, is HTTP. That's the only place they check for it. Yeah, they're just checking to see if that's true. Okay, so if that's the case, I'm glad we went through and did the proc macro workshop. We have inputs, item functions. So we have the output, ident, block, attributes, asynchronous. I like that word, asynchronous. If name is not equal to main. Oh, that's interesting. Only the main function could be tagged with lambda? I don't think that's how we were using it, was it? I mean, we're inside of this other function of my handler. Lambda. Oh, this is not the same thing. This is a different macro. I see. So this one must be used somewhere else. How about we search this project for macro rules? Can we jump to it? We can. See, there's macro rules. Lambda runtime. I see. So in one case, we're giving it a handler. Ident expression, expression, expression. So in this case, we have handler and then runtime. What does wrap do? Uses JSON to serialize and deserialize the incoming event from evacuate and the output to evacuate. I see. Oh, that's handy. Let's say we wanted more than one handler. That seems like we're doing that. We need to go higher up. Oh, no, I want to keep that Lambda events. I'm going to keep that one. Close this tab. We're going to be looking at runtime here. This one directly. Interesting. So the other crates are very useful for kind of high-level pieces. You just need to make, a crate for doing one thing. But imagine if you had one binary doing all sorts of things, just, burning through event after event after event. It's going to be more efficient over the long run. I wonder, can lambdas communicate with each other? I mean, like directly. Because what if you had something coming in where you had a connection coming in and all of the cache state was on a different lambda? Could you kind of pass it to the other one? Have some little cluster of lambdas that quickly join and leave a pool of lambdas, some sort of consensus, and at that point you're making a microservice. Yeah, but a serverless microservice. True. Yeah, you're making a microservice. All right, so what is this runtime client? In their example here, we can see they have a custom event, custom response, using Serday. Trying to connect to localhost on 8080. I'm not familiar with lambdas enough to understand what this means. You just think that FAAS, functions as a service, is not the solution for that kind of architecture? It's like microservices on demand. I guess at that point, you're probably also using something like the was it Cognito or login handling, stuff like that. You could then route or reroute somebody back to the same Lambda if you wanted to. You can do it with Kubernetes. A pod with a minimum auto scaling of 0. Now with Kubernetes, then you're paying for an hour, right? Because if it fires up, you just spent an hour of, well, you bought an hour of server time, right? As opposed to 100 milliseconds. Did it client the next event? Can I retrieve the next event? Okay. Event data and event context. Okay, because this could be in a loop. And there's no reason why this isn't in a loop. And then it could be just dispatched out to whatever function is registered for this. I mean, it seems like it should have. Why would they not have done it that way? After a half a year in cloud development, you'd take VPS anytime? So what would have been your experiences with serverless stuff like Lambdas and whatnot? It's 62 degrees in here now. It's starting to warm up. It's almost a sauna. I wonder if the event context has enough information to pass this to the correct JSON parser. Because depending on something in the event context, then it could be passed off to the correct handler. I don't see why it's not done like that. Let's try this. Okay, we're gonna make a new one. Oh yes, this go away. Okay, fixed that. So I'm guessing that we're gonna get as much as like whatever we need to handle this. I mean, even if it's a function name, we could just determine which function it's gonna call. Go from there. I see. So Lambda stuff is shiny and don't fit most use cases. Depending on the provider, they can be a pain to work with. Because I'd rather not manage VPSs. I'd rather manage bare hardware, like bare metal. Just silly. But for me, cost just I've never hit that tipping point where my projects go from needing the sort of dynamic scaling that VPSs would enable you. So like moderately sized bare metal machines give me more than enough. because I then don't also see some of the choke points that I've experienced. Like burning through all your vCPU credits early on in an hour, and then it just crashes, like it dies because the performance is so poor. All right, that's there. We're gonna go down here. We're gonna make a new one. Um, Cargo, new, test, test lambda. I don't know. This what do we call this one? We're going to be dispatching stuff. Oh, not function. That's probably good enough. Copy make file template to dot. I mean, they're kind of bent on using Saturday, but we get vector view aids. Maybe we don't touch it and touch this until later. Okay, take those two. But then we're also going to use this one. Don't remember the version number on this. You're going to need to see more cloud native projects to form a proper opinion. I think we're just doing O.2. Yeah, O.22. There it is. Hmm. Tokyo O.1. Why are they using Tokyo O1? At the moment, you feel like they introduce so much noise in the development process that they're hard to justify. Yeah, I'm wondering if I mean, what I want to explore with this is how starting with Lambda kind of adjusts a project. So already I don't like how it's like one handler per Lambda thing. That's not right, especially if you're just polling for work. Right? It looks like you're feeding off of a work queue here. Runtime client. Used to communicate with the internal endpoint. The HTTP client has timeouts disabled and will always send a connection keep alive header. Optionally, the runtime client can receive a user agent string. The string is used to make requests to the runtime API. Can be used to identify the runtime being used by the function. For example, Lambda runtime create uses AWS Lambda Rust. The runtime client can also receive an instance of Tokyo runtime to use. Which is interesting, like why? So this runtime here, go to latest version. I mean, can you pass 0.3 runtime into the 0.1 here? You can try. We get the next event, so you get the context and an error. Okay. What is this? Event response. Allows Lambda runtime to submit a response to an event. Treat all errors from the API as an unrecoverable error. This is because the API returns 4xx errors for responses that are too long. Or responses that are too long. What does that mean? Like, they took too long to process, or the output is just too long? And what is the limit? Okay. Let's just try using this instead. I think that's going to be kind of cool. Hey, Kodafan. Happy Sunday. How you doing? You know what I want to do for this? I'm also going to go to source HUD. Myself, I'm doing okay. The adjusted, I gotta fast forward this one. It's too shouty. I'm not ready for that. I wanted yelling and screaming. I'd go wake the kids up. Kidding. I'm kidding. I'm gonna create a new project. I'm gonna call this Rust AWS Lambda template. I think we should make a template. Yeah, let's not make it too specific. It's going to be Rust, it's going to be AWS, it's going to be Lambda. Probably enough, isn't it? AWS, Rust, Lambda. Pure, public, whatever. Your youngest is playing Among Us, screams his lungs out every time he dies. Oh, that's great. So my older children, We recently, yeah, we've been playing Among Us as well. And the older kids found out that, I guess watching some other YouTube channel, that Among Us is kind of based on the 1982 John Carpenter The Thing. Okay, it's the Alaskan expedition where they're fighting some monster from the ice, basically, right? And so we watched that the other day, and today we're probably going to watch the prequel. But yeah, I think it's the 82, The Thing. Not kid friendly, arguably. So, depending on how much you like your kids. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. All parents love their children. Well, I'm sorry, I can't say that. Most. No, I won't even say that. Parents, take care of your kids. There, that's better. Let's see. Add mailing lists, add bug trackers. Oh, I created a project. Oh, well, that's silly. I wanted to create a repo. Can I delete it? I mean, we could leave it this way. Let's just add a git repo. Oh, well, that was easy. Okay, create a new one. Sure, a mailing list. Announce and development. I don't think there's going to be that much traffic on this. And a bug tracker. Sure, why not? All right, publish project. Ta-da! Yeah, use the README from that one. Go ahead. It has nothing in it. All right, we're going to go back to sources. I'm going to take this one. Associate this with it. It's going to tell me I don't have access to that, right? Okay, I cloned an empty repo. That's fine. Your eldest turns 20 on the 4th. Well, I'm beating you by 3 years, Codafan. Where my eldest is 23 this month. Oh, yeah. That is scary, isn't it? That and with all the plague stuff going on, like it feels very constraining. You know, like fly, my pretty fly. You know, like go do something and don't interact with the world. It's very, you know, pull one way, push the same way. It's like it doesn't work. All right, Rust, AWS Lambda. I'm gonna copy legacy ext, legacy eject, the license to here, and I'll just pull the README here as well. Serverless, yes, very fancy, modern, hip, cool. Let's see, what is this going to be about? This is Rust AWS Limited. This is a project template shell Hmm. All right. Because I imagine I'm going to have a number of projects with this. I'm probably going to be setting up some sort of website thing for my neighbors. I'm trading for. Oh, enjoy your second long cold starts. You know, I actually looked at that. They're a quarter second long for Rust. So, yeah. Then I'm already thinking about how to get a little bit further into this by having more than one event handled by the Lambda, which is why we're going a little bit lower in the stack. We were just looking at that pink fluffy llama, because it looks like the higher level crates are designed to do kind of one Lambda, one event. Right, so if you're using these two, it's pretty much one-to-one. But if you use this one, then you can go a little bit lower in the stack. But it also says you probably don't need this crate to use this crate directly. And well, that's what we're going to do. We're going to use that directly. So hopefully we can then also use some maybe DB handler caching and other sort of cached information that would be outside of the individual handlers, but made available to them. And it sounds like you have some experience with this. What is your experience with these? I think I did that wrong. That's better. No, it's in the right spot. Okay, that looks good. Something you've read about and like the idea though? Yeah, it does seem like a pretty neat idea. I like the idea of, so I end up interacting with a lot of people that would never have the need to have servers running all the time, right? So using stuff like Lambda and what is it, DynamoDB, things like that, where you basically pay by the use, seems much more attractive to them. And if you do that at a larger scale, right, you can probably undercut a huge number of these services that, let's say, Etsy or build your own e-commerce store here, sort of web like providers. Because if you do that, and if you have the ability to map, stores and whatever to services like this, then your cost goes down dramatically. So, which also means you can service a larger portion of the um, market. You'd like to support service at Ionos? Maybe something for 2021? Is there a popular framework you can check out? Um, well, if you look at the AWS serverless stuff, AWS provides events for a number of their services, right? Like if you're modifying things in DynamoDB or some of their other services, those can create events. Like mutating something in S3 could create an event that you then have a Lambda go and handle. right? Um, so I like that idea that there are just random events that these things can handle. What's a little strange to me is uh, that they are so generic. It's not just like they treat even HTTP requests as events, which makes sense when you kind of, boil it down, you reduce it down. Something came into the network. Here you go. Right? You're a very bad person, and when you want to make a site or something, you end up building the full stack for your site. You've written the main pages in Next.js, pre-rendered React, and blog parts and custom CMS. Oh, that's cool. What I'm doing here is very specific to AWS Lambdas, but so there are serverless APIs. There's this company that is backing serverless.com. Here it is. And so they have projects that you can use here. Zero friction serverless deployments. And I think they do abstract out, like if you're targeting Google Cloud versus AWS Cloud versus some of the other ones. Let's say stack. They used to have something on here that would describe products. Try it for free. I actually found out about this because I was looking to run Google Chrome headless in the cloud on demand. Deploy to any cloud. Wow. Azure, Google Cloud, AWS, Kubernetes, Tencent Cloud? I've never heard of that. Cloudflare. You can't do all of the APIs on Cloudflare. Alibaba Cloud. So I'll bet that's, yeah. Depending on which cloud you're targeting, the APIs are limited. All right. Where was I going? Oh, we're going to copy some of the other stuff from the other project into here. Copy test lambda function template. That's going to go into Rust. AWS lambda copy. Oh, basically the same thing, but the make file. And then we wanted some of the bits from here, basically from here down. No, that's the wrong one. I want to dispatch this one. All right. Why do you need to make file in Rust? So, good question. I'm using a tool called SAM, which is the Serverless Application Model from AWS. Is it model or manager? I think it's model. Yeah, Serverless Application Model extends AWS CloudFormation to provide a simplified way of defining the Amazon API Gateway APIs AWS Lambda functions, and Amazon DynamoDB tables. Oh, that's neat. Hadn't read that before. So we have that. Let's go into, go back into here. Okay, source main. Very simple. All right, so at this point, we're going to lock up their example code. And looks like we're going to upgrade this and then change it a little bit so it can handle more than one piece of data. Main. Pronerd J, how are you? How was your stream? What Python framework is this? That there was, well, we're actually doing some coding in Rust. I know you might see Python down here, but we're trying to get a little bit of an AWS multi-event handler Lambda setup. And welcome everybody. Oh, you wasted 2 hours on Slash and Angular. Oh, ouch. I think the longest I've ever lost on something like that, man, it was an old school C. I had a if, foo equals true, or this is basically the effect. And I spent a week seeing that it was doing an assignment in there as opposed to an equality check. Oh, and you did a battle with Onivem. Oh, that's cool. How do you like Onivem? Or is it Oni? Oni? I keep wanting to say like Omni, but still really early. Unresolved import. That should be there. Oh, did we not do like a cargo check? Ah, Saturday's not in there. Cargo, add Saturday. Features arrive. You always say Omni. I know it's like Oni. How does serverless work with a data storage, data layer / storage? Well, you can either use something like AWS specific or Google Cloud specific. Right? If you're using AWS, there's DynamoDB, which lets you interact with it between per request. I think Google has the same sort of thing where you basically just pay for storage and per request, and it's something like 20 cents for, what was it, 4 million reads, which is just incredible. I think it's about the same thing for writes. Yeah, DynamoDB is always on. No, it's not like $5 to $8 a month. I think you just pay per use. They basically have two pay platforms. So if we pop in here, we go to pricing, because we did look at this yesterday, and I mean, you might know better than us, but you come in here, you go into pricing, and first they have the two different modes, right? Provisioned capacity, and then also for this capacity. Now, I was going to go for on demand, right? Which after you read the dictionary that describes what each thing is, right? Reads are basically 4 kilobyte chunks, writes are 1 kilobyte chunks. If you replicate to other zones, you pay an additional cost. Stream reads, if you're doing a big query of data, you can get up to 1 megabyte of data per get record API call, yada yada. Anyhow, but they go through and talk about these different elements here. And if you are using a DAX, like the DynamoDB accelerator, that is based on the node hour. But other than that, it's all per event, basically, right? Based on bandwidth, based on other things that aren't node hour. So this is for the on-demand usage. You can also go into the other side, which is pricing for provisioned capacity mode, which is more like the what is it? AWS lets you do something where you register ahead of time that you're going to be using this for like a year and you get a discount. This is what it feels like to me. Right? And this might have a different sort of cost. Price per hour. I don't know what our WCU is though. What is a WCU? Do these have a different set of terms? Right, capacity unit? Yeah, I'm not sure on this. Oh, Pink Fluffy Llama. I helped our ops team with something like that recently too. And it's so hard because it's not always obvious. Alright, so coming back into here, event context, what it's saying it's unused. It's not used yet. We might get there. Third A, JSON. Oh, we didn't add that. Cargo add. Give that a save. It's gonna take a moment to download and give that a check. But I would also like to change this because while we set up the client, and that should be fine, we probably want better error reporting, or how do we, let's see, this throws this error. It feels like we should be returning a custom error for everything after the client having been set up. You hate doing DevOps? Oh, and you're welcome to Find Evil. You're welcome. Oh, I see. Aurora Compute Units. Yeah, that's the MySQL-backed storage, isn't it? I mean, DynamoDB is much more of a just key value store, which I think is going to be fine for what I'm trying to do. I have this bug where I want to try to make a little bit of a like an e-commerce setup or like a static site generator in the cloud. Nerdjara. What am I using serverless functions for instead of a full-on server? I don't want to run a full-on server. So I'm trying to do this um, in Rust, just with as much serverless as I can get away with. Okay, we're going to change this a little bit. I guess first we should make sure that it builds. So we're going to use SAM build. Let's see if this even works. And SAM here is from the AWS server application model stuff. Um, because of it, we ended up also installing Docker so that we can run some of these locally, which is a nice thing to be able to do. It's pennies per month if you ever break the free tier. Yeah, I got a bill from Amazon. What was it a while back? It was for like $1.25 or something for data that I had stored in S3 for 7 or 8 years. Like they just never bothered to bill me because it didn't break whatever threshold. Wow, this is taking a sweet time. I Oh, you know what? We also forgot a couple other elements. Hold on, let's do this. I want to do a debug on this. I want to see what's going on. So it's doing the make there. Okay, yeah, that make isn't quite right then, because we have to copy -r // We were doing some tests yesterday. Lambda function dot cargo. We want that too. Cargo config, so we can use the correct linker. Let's do a little check real quick. Cat makefile. This makefile is run by the SAM tool. Just want to make sure that this works. Okay, this is probably what I was going through before, and why that was taking some time. With Gatsby and React. I do React like every day for work, and there are some pitfalls in React that they don't advertise. I think it makes it, I don't know, I think the foot guns in React are subtle, but end up hurting you. Like infinite redrawing, because you're tossing something in state and you have the identity. Whatever, let's not talk about React right now. And I wonder why they're using Tokyo 1.x on this instead of Tokyo 3. Feels like it should be upgraded. This one. Last updated a year ago. And this is for Lambda runtime. Lambda, or that was Lambda runtime client. Lambda runtime, same thing. Okay. Yeah, might try updating that too. I wonder how active these people are on this. Crate size, super tiny, which is nice. Okay, we're also going to clone this repo. Let's say repository. There was once this issue at work where staging was just flat out down, front and back. And in the end, the issue was the order of methods in a migration file. Oh wow. AWS was helpful enough to give you just the first 10,000 lines of the very first logs of the server. Oh, or all the logs to sift through. Yeah, let's give this a fork. I got a Halsey here. Actually, I do this all the time where I will fork something without checking to see if there's a pull request for the thing that I care about. Async more. Okay, yeah, I don't care about that. Do not merge. Draw an API artifact. Okay. What about the closed ones? I want to see if somebody tried to update. See, look, here they're bumping Tokyo from this to this. Like, all of these failed. Oh, this one worked. Dependabot. I mean, if it's using 0213, that might be a fairly straightforward update. Okay, let's keep going then. Where's our fork? Let's go back. Code. Copy that. On the other hand, you can't get a single log line out of Azure's application insights. If you crash before the handler is invoked, good luck to. It was almost as bad as debugging a syntactically correct Haskell function. Okay. Downloading 3 crates. Why 3? Oh, those 3. We saw this using Tokyo 1. So what is using Tokyo 1? Cargo tree. Tokyo runtime. Sorry, Cargo, check. Let that finish up. We were once working at a very abstract level on Haskell API, and you had to just work it out on paper because you can't print anywhere you like in Haskell. Don't you hate that when all the animals like stop and stare in one direction? I hate that. Ooh, it finished. Okay. Um, oh, you know what? They have a website, don't they? Tokyo.rs. They have an 0.3 now, which sounds like it's on track to become their 1.0. And API, where's the migration guide? That's what I want. Do they have migration? Okay, let's just update those and see what happens. Put out 2.4. Tower services? Ooh, interesting. Let's see if it breaks. Tokyo 3 compiles faster than Tokyo 2 does, which would be a nice gain. And who's still using Tokyo 0.2? Oh, look at that. So it's like right there. Tokyo util. There we go. That's not too bad. Async read is not implemented for I. Is that IO? So we'd have to look. I know, right? Cargo tree. Where does that Tokyo version 2 come through? Oh, did we upgrade the dev dependencies? But not like... Okay, let's... Cargo tree RG Tokyo. Ah, it is in there. Okay. And Tokyo util. Cargo tree dash I. Tokyo. Dash P Tokyo colon O dot 2.11. No match packages. Please rerun this command. Okay, dash I dash P. I don't think that's true. There we go. Oh, I see H2. That's using Lambda. Lambda's using Hyper. What's Hyper on right now? Put out 13.8. That's using H2. Which uses Tokyo. Put out 2.11. And let's take a peek through here. Or what features? Dash V H2. What's feature in? Features. What did I do? 7? Yeah, I kind of love those cargo messages. Absolutely. Okay, we're gonna go look at the repository and their. I'm gonna look at the cargo.toml and then maybe some of their changes recently. We can look at the releases first. Oh, I see. Oh, the last commit on master was about 0.3. I didn't see that. Update to Tokyo 0.3. Oh, that's wild. 9 days ago. Okay, so it might just be too early to upgrade this stuff to 0.2, but it does look like it's not using 0.1, at least. We come back through here. Here, let's just do a git restore dot get status. It's 0.2 and 0.2.11. Alright. That's sufferable. Why are there so many warnings? Cargo clean. Check. Mostly missing documentation. Okay. Well, the whole goal of coming in here was to avoid Tokyo 1.x. Now, did not see Tokyo 1.x in the tree, which means that if we go back over to the other project, we shouldn't see it either, unless it was pulled in from one of the other dependencies. Okay, we're just gonna go back. Lambda runtime client. See? Tokyo 1.blah. What? How? Is it just that they didn't do a release yet? I mean, it looks like it's release related, but I mean, that's my guess. That's a guess. Because we didn't see Tokyo blah over there. Tokyo 1.22. But it's been over a year. Where were we? We were... Okay, where's the repo for Lambda runtime client? Because one of these should have had the cargo.toml file showing the name as that crate, but it didn't. Okay, I pulled the wrong crate. I mean, that's going to AWS Labs, AWS Lambda Rust runtime. I don't see it there. Is it in Lambda? Lambda. Where does this thing exist? Let's go to the repo. Do they have a sibling repo for this? Because I don't think it's in this one. This runtime client. I'm guessing they were lazy and used the same text for all of these. AWS Lambda Rust runtime. It's this one. Wow. I have a lot of Lambda stuff in here. All right. But it does look like it's this. Now this was updated 5 days ago, but its last release was in January. So maybe it's just been restructured. We created Lambda Runtime Core crate. All right, hold on. Lambda client. And core creates that. Now we were on version 0.2.2 here. Let's release 0. The primary Lambda runtime crate. There's a wrapper on top of that. So maybe we're using an old crate and now things have been broken out? Although this was released in January. Was it -T? All right, let's dig through this. We're gonna look at this bug, runtime crate refactor. Look at that. Handle multiple event types. We have received requests to handle multiple event types in the same Lambda function. Okay, as well as abstracted implementation of the abstract. Okay. To split the Rust Lambda runtime into 3 separate crates. The existing crate, runtime core, and runtime. Alright, now where'd they end up on this? It's got merged. Oh, interesting. Alright, yep. Easier, anecdotal. Like Tokyo crate. I'm not sure how common the use case is. Well, lends themselves towards requiring some combined set of IAM permissions. Oh, that's interesting. The file existed, they moved it. I don't know how crates that I handled that. Yeah, I'm not sure either. Your impression of Lambda security best practices the opposite. That is to limit the function's purpose as well as its required IAM permissions. I see. Multiplexing many functions within a single function means that maybe a user's transitioning into the Lambda world trying to map the semantics of how you traditionally design an application. And okay. There are cases where it's valid. For example, a Lambda function that handles both API gateway and ALB proxy events, or a function that supports both HTTP events and a special health check event type. In the real world, it's often convenient to have a single Lambda function handling multiple events. It reduces the concurrency requests on the system and therefore occurrence of cold starts. See, that's yeah, that's looks like it's IAM permissions versus cold starts. Uh, that's interesting. So if you really wanted to do that, you could do that today by implementing a function based on the Saturday based on value, though at the expense of type safety. Again, blah blah blah. Okay. So why is it that? Okay, for instance, the IAM stuff. I want to investigate this. I'm actually not sure how common that use case is, or if it's actually an anti-pattern to optimize for other problems. Multipurpose functions lend themselves towards requiring some combined set of IAM permissions. All right, so I didn't realize that the permissions were for the Lambda function and not for the event that it's handling. I guess the Lambda function, I don't know. I thought the way that we described this in the other code, let's see. So here we describe our function. Where do we describe the permissions? Here's the hello Rust function IAM role. But this is for the function. I mean, regardless of the handler. I mean, you could have the same code handle two events. Which is what I'm trying to avoid. Maybe I'm going about this the wrong way then. Hold on, let me put out of there. So what would this look like? We have hello world. It's going to take this. We have hello, goodbye, okay. And then probably something here for this. So if we have this, we have hello, we have goodbye, and we have our endpoints. Now those endpoints have permissions associated with them. We know that its type is a function. We've got goodbye Rust here, but we want the handler and the runtime to be separate. Oh, excuse me, I want to use the same handler. Because for me, it doesn't seem like the permissions are associated with a binary, but the request itself. So if somebody's coming in through here, where is this goodbye Rust function IAM role associated? Like, how does this get tied to the other elements? It seems like either it's by convention. Oops, sorry, too far down. I had to find at least the beginning of an answer. That's a commit that destroyed everything. Still no idea how. Well, crates.io doesn't rely on that from like day to day. Crates.io, when you publish to it, has things uploaded to some probably like S3 bucket or something. I don't know where they store this stuff. Copy link location. I think they just haven't published since they did this. Wow, okay. Everything's just in Lambda now. So let's say we have these resources defined like this. We have hello, we have goodbye, and everything's in the same bootstrap. Then that bootstrap still has to be able to determine which event it is. It doesn't get us around knowing it doesn't solve the cold start issue. If we had 1,000 of these, going to make our upload much smaller for managing this because it's all in the same binary. We wouldn't have that 2 megabyte overhead or something. Also, how do we reconcile the make file? Is this going to build it twice? Okay, let's SAM build. I mean, I'm guessing it's actually going to do that. It's going to build it twice. It's going to put the same kind of binary in basically 2 places, and it wouldn't have helped with what I was trying to solve. I mean, it would make it such that it was highly compressed because it would be the same binary in both places. It should compress well. It's interesting that the way they talk about these trade-offs. I don't know how. I guess if you have enough of a load, right, and you have a whole bunch of Lambda functions kind of coming and going, then that cold start, as long as they're just always being used, that one kind of Lambda handles that one function, it just works. Right, because what I was thinking was kind of like the different sort of load tiers. Let's go to the black board or dark blue board. Because we basically have low API usage, right? Where you just have an event that fires off. Somebody makes an API request, and so you have that Lambda happen. Then you have mid load, and you might have this happen, once every couple minutes, right? And you might have different sorts of requests. You might have like that Lambda and this Lambda. Maybe the usage pattern is kind of like this, right? I'm going to separate these. And then over here you have like high usage, right? On the right. You have high usage where things are just happening all the time. It's like boom, 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 boom. And in this case, it would end up, we'll see, where did that orange go? These happening like all the time, in which case, like if they're within that window, each one of the orange service still exists. The light blue service still exists. Or in this case, you might have it exists like this, and then the orange one exists for a period, and then for a period again. And the same like here. So maybe I'm trying to solve a non-issue. It's silly, but you have a query param. That means that the request does nothing and returns immediately. To avoid cold starts, you can query every X seconds or minutes. Oh, interesting. Yeah, we were doing something yesterday, and the cold start was quarter second. But I wonder how much of that is based on load time, like how long it takes that machine to get that zip file from some S3 bucket. Right. No rule to make that. Oh, I see. Yeah, because these are technically the same thing. I want to see how big the artifacts directory got because it's going to be building the same thing twice and just copying the file across. Hmm. I guess you could have like a common kind of source directory. Yeah, this could work. So instead of having like a main function, I guess you would still have a main function a main file per each function. Then inside of there, you could immediately hand off to some common function that handles different requests. Now, what would be the point? Anyone want to guess how much is the cold start time of your Python functions on Azure? 3.5 seconds. 3.5. I have no idea. 350. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. 25 to 30 seconds. It's not milliseconds, but seconds? That's unreal. Okay, now how large is the payload? How large not like the request payload, but the bundle that you upload for it? Like, is it a big file or is it a small file? It's just Python. Wow, just Python. That's amazing. And I don't know why this is taking so long. I thought it was just building the same thing twice. Like, all I did was I copy and pasted those 3 lines and changed the target name. Change that from hello. Okay, that's strange. This is the other thing I would like. Why do I have to build this thing so many times? Alright, what did it do though? Oh. Darn. Yeah, we basically have 2 of those files, exactly the same size. Better build.toml. What is this? Is this verbatim? Doesn't. Oh, no, it is changed. Yeah, this got expanded out. Alright. Actually, I want to look at that a little closer. So on the first call, instead of only importing the required modules, it imports everything. Oh, wow. Wow. If you run it locally, like if you did a do nothing, how long does it take to run? So it's still implicit IAM role created for a goodbye world function. Properties type. Yeah, where do these get associated? Where does this get associated with that? AWS, SAM, function role. Wow, so it takes 10 to 15 seconds before it's operative. Wow. Policies, I see. And I did not do that. Inline policy document. Policy statement. Interesting. So basically these things could be built out as part of that. Optional, specify an IAM permission boundary. Specify Lambda execution roles. Huh. It's interesting that this does not have permission setup that the other page did. Like at all. It's not even described in here. Oh, here it's tying them together. Get attribute, goodbye Rust function. Here's the role. The value here for this function, get attribute, hello Rust function, which is there. And then ARN. I'm not sure what that means here. Amazon resource notation, or okay, maybe that isn't it. For an internal project that didn't need to be cloud native. Yeah, this should be quick because it already did this, right? I changed no code. I don't like not seeing what's going on. Still can't see what's going on. That should not be taking that long. Why is it compiling that again? And I wonder why have they waited so long to release the next version of the AWS Lambda project? Do they have any tags or anything over there? Where were we? Not in this. RFCs, we were over here somewhere. Code. Tags. Huh. This is the past year. I mean, it looks, I guess I'd call it stable. Right, they're making some changes, not a lot's going on. It's either that or abandoned, but it's AWS. I think they just don't change these APIs. So they don't have to change this stuff very often. From what we were reading earlier, it looks like it's more community driven. People want certain things. Hmm. Oh, yeah, of course. No target directory because we didn't build it inside of SAM. Which is fine. Hopefully this goes faster now. Copy source. Wait, why does it do a copy source? Okay, that went much, much faster. And if we tried to do a deploy, let's see if it's going to bundle it. Run. What? Was it a dash C? No, that's add one line comments. Dash R. Dash 9. There we go. Actually deflated them both. 70%. Yeah. Interesting. What if the window size just is not big enough to be able to capture that? Does it allow you to adjust the window size? And can you include symlinks? Actually, that's not a bad idea. Because maybe the make file just does some sort of root, like some sort of core that it builds. It goes from there. Well, I don't know which way I want to go now with this. The discussion in the comments talking about the IAM roles seems to suggest that yes, we want to have different roles for different functions, which makes sense. You want that flexibility. I, could- I know that this could be optimized here, where the make file just builds one file and then copies it to multiple places, or we use a symlink to deduplicate it on the AWS side. I expect that they're using Linux, and we could unzip symlinks. Where is it? Where's symlinks? Store symbolic links as a link instead of the referenced file. That might work. Oh, we would test it. We would definitely test it. What if they change their stuff in the future and it stops working? Uh, then that'll be an engineer's fun day to figure out. Um, I'd expect that they wouldn't do that. Right? If they're supporting symlinks, they probably do something to manage that too. All right, so let's go back to the foreground. README. Some notes. We are not using a, let's say, to express this in the positive case. I mean, that's one way we could do it. I keep wanting to do it the other way because there's that like 2 MB overhead on this. What can we do to strip down the size of the Rust binaries there? What's this? Build and release mode. Strip the symbols from the binary. Oh, starting with 1.45. Is that in stable now? Can we build with that? Oh, these only. Oh. Remove JMalloc. This shouldn't. What? Yeah, it's removed by default. Okay. That's fine. Abort on panic. Unwinds the stack and produces a helpful backtrace. It requires extra binary size. Okay, I'm not going to do this one. I'm going to toss that in there but comment it out. Alright, not touching that. Here we're getting into... Okay. No standard. No, probably not doing that. Compress it. Oh, that's interesting. Well, let's just do those for now. I'm going to go ahead and remove that. Let's see if this makes a big difference. Target Where'd it go? Oh, we didn't move it, did we? Oh, it's here. All right, that's the before. Kind of want to do this, but without the strip symbols. And because we changed the release config, it's got to build everything again. Well, I'm surprised that it is 6 megs. 6 megs seems huge. I mean, we are pulling in a lot of code. You just cargo bloat. That's pretty neat. Toss that on anyways. All right, closing that. Close that. Feels like we're missing something through there. I guess if we end up having a binary per, let's go set that up. Yeah, that's gonna go for a while. This one's gonna go for a while. I know, I'm building 2 things at once. The machine hates me. It's okay. Edit anyways. This here, because we probably don't want to call each one bootstrap, do we? We would want each one of those to have their own binary. Now, I thought we could change this, like if we had a... I thought that they changed the layout of these. Oh, is that thing's... Just gonna test that. Okay, that's working. Ooh, nice. Cargo bloat finished first. That's surprising. I thought there was a way that we could specify this kind of implicitly, like if we just had function names or file names over here, like bootstrap, but with bin, cargo project, multiple binaries. think if you have that bin, I know you can do this. You instead put these files in source bin daemons or source bin client. Okay, that's more interesting. So I don't think I want that there. Okay, so we can move that over there. Let's see, we go to 6 here. Yeah. Finish up. I think it's linking. Linking would take a while with this, I think. You can do it, come on. And if this was actually done by like a build machine, I wouldn't care. Would I? Probably not. And what do upgrades look like for Lambdas? I think I want to get that hello goodbye working. Which means I'm going to have to set up the AWS config locally. Let me see if I can do that. Well, that's there. All right. Copy. No. Wow. Wow. That's much smaller. 6.5 megs versus 3.7. And then that to there. That's taking its sweet time. Okay, so it just couldn't process it. Probably because it's a Linux binary and not a OS 10 one. I had to install some linker, didn't I, for this? Oh, never mind. Let's keep moving. So let's get this set up so it can actually publish to AWS. And then we'll kind of iterate over that. So we'll have two elements here. We're going to remove some of this garbage. all the zip files, bootstrap. I think that's all of them. There's 3, yes. Oh, then we need to make sure that this still builds cargo. I'm going to do everything because we're doing binaries. We need the lock file, license, readme, make file, sure. Did I already get source? No. And template. Oh, that's funny. Okay. We want to add this to the ignore file. Do I already have that? There we go. Okay. So the default here, I want to look at that that function in the other location. I'm going to go to Windows 7. I want to look at this here. Yeah, scan faster. It's requesting the definition. Taking a while though. I want to know whether or not this will keep running requests. That would be a change that I would like. Even if it's only set up to run one kind of request. I don't want them to have to run main over and over and over again. I just want to poll the next event. All right, let's go back to 6. I think I'm going to change. Oh, did I close Vim? Not this file. I would like to change this Lambda runtime client. I want to use the new one. So we're going to use a git setup. I'm going to go ahead and delete that. I want to know what this thing is actually called over in Git now. Come back over here, AWS Rust runtime. I want Lambda. Is it just called? It's just called Lambda. Simulated or derive? Interesting. No default features by default. Default is, wait, what? Just came back in time. Hey, welcome back. Did they already snag Lambda? 5 years. Who? Okay, so maybe it's not going to be called Lambda. Hey, who knows? You can't call it Lambda if it's already taken. Is it going to be Lambda Lambda? let's say Git, and Git is going to be over here. Just going to use master. Let's give that a check. Failed to parse that. No target specified in the manifest. Interesting, I thought that... We have source bin hello. I thought it said it, well, okay, Stack Overflow. Yes, I know we could do this. If you put them in source bin daemon and source bin client, you'll get 2 executable name, blah blah blah, as long as you need to specify the names and paths like the snippets above. You don't have to follow this convention. So it looks like, oh, you need to specify it above only if you don't follow this convention. And it could be workspace. I don't think it needs workspace. I mean, why doesn't this work? Do we have to have... Oh, auto bins is false. No, we want that on. Auto bin. There. Cargo check. Rooster's right outside. And where'd it go? You walked around the side of the building. So this is 104 depths. Can we go back far enough to see previous how many there were? I don't think I can. Oh, no, there. 106. Oh, not much. Oh, it finally got there. Oh, and look at that. Unicode. Oh, that's great. Where's the Fira code with common Twitch emotes in it? Okay, so this calls start. Where start? Starts here. Start with config. That's what I'm wondering. Where is it? I mean, there's all sorts of like emojis in there. Hmm. I don't know. Oh, wait. There was one. Was the next one down? I read it as Fire, Fira. All right. Let's close that. Yeah, I think I still don't like the lower level APIs. If there's two requests, it's gonna call this, it's gonna invoke this twice, which it doesn't need to do that. So I think we can find a middle ground where we still have the IAM permissions per function, per lambda, I should say lambda in that case, but then still have some sort of caching that we can manage in here. Hey, Tokyo! So much better. Good, now that's unresolved import, that's fine. Okay. Actually, I want to look at that cargo.toml. See, it's on master here. I think I want to be a little bit more prescriptive. What do we have here? This one. Can we do commit? I mean, branch versus commit. I don't know. Okay, it didn't seem to care. Hello. Oh, we have lambda. Oh, it's not in there. Fine, let's just delete it and see if Rust Analyzer will find it for us. Oh, it's still loading all the code. It makes me feel lazy. Rust Analyzer will save us. Hello without macro. Alright, and hello with macro. Lambda, Tokyo main. Which Tokyo are they using here? And it's async. That's neat. We could pull Tokyo 0.3 in this, but we need handler function. And what does this do? Why is it this way? All right, I want to see what handler function does. And it looks like it's a lambda handler function. Lambda, source, lib. So what is this used for? Impulse handler. So it's just a wrapper that impulse this handler. Function is call. Okay. So if we go back to the example then, Lambda run. I mean, this looks decent now. It doesn't feel like it's doing just one request done. It feels like it might actually do more than one thing. Okay, so this is just the wrapped function, the wrapped handler. Pass the handler into run. All right, let's go look at run now. Lambda source. Where's run? Here. Begins polling for events on the Lambda runtime API. Okay. Run inner. So they do a bit of setup. Config from environment endpoint with hyper client new. All right, where's run inner? And run simulated, meant for testing. All right, here's run inner. While at some. Okay, perfect. This is exactly what we wanted. So the next version here is to do a little bit more. All right, so given that, let's just use their... I don't see any reason why we wouldn't just use their macro version. I mean, just like that seems so easy. That does look nice. Okay. Really, that is just wrapping this. I think I'm more comfortable with this than the other one. All right. I'm going to delete a bunch of this. We'll leave some of that, though. Okay, like all of this can go away. Toss that in there. Take these 3 lines, go to the top. Drop those. Now I want Tokyo 3. Can I get Tokyo 3 in this? Cargo tree dash I Tokyo. Hyper. Oh, hyper. So why are we using hyper directly? What are these asterisks for? All right, so hyper is used from Lambda. No, weren't we looking at like H2? All right, let's just keep with Tokyo O.2. That's fine. Cargo add Tokyo. I don't remember the name of the feature. Cargo what features? Tokyo dash V. Macros. Oh, we want. How do we specify the version? Verbose shows this version. How do we specify the crate? Is it dash P? Package ID with Semver dash P. Oh, what was the minor on that? 22. Okay, and this is for 22. It's called Tokyo Macros still? Or just macros? Okay. Okay. Tokyo. Package upgrade. You could have done it faster this way. Looks like it's sorted already. Cargo check. Oh, you finally managed to implement proper scrolling with scroll off? Oh, wow. I don't think that you're dumb. Here's Lambda. Now it's saying that handler function doesn't exist. What's this one? Oh, yeah. Logged into the Raspberry Pi on that. Do we want that for uploader? No. So they have simulated and derive. And those are on by default. Still a workspace. Time to source lib. Handler function is right there. Sorry, wrong one. 6. There we go. Lambda handler function. That should exist. Do those... Wait. Just calling it lambda. You wanted a CLI tool to aggregate browse filter logs? Well, let's check this out. Nice. That's pretty cool. That's really cool. So cargo.toml, not this here, we've got a lambda. This here is called lambda. I mean, it's a workspace. Do I have to do anything special with it? That should provide us with 3 crates, technically. Or do I have to break that down? Do I have to say, oh, you know what, it's one thing in here? I'm guessing that cargo handles this intelligently. It sees this as a workspace, it sees that I want lambda. It's able to pluck that out of there. We could say we want this from a different directory. We could say we want this from a path. Over there. Built the load source for dependency lambda, unable to update that, found a virtual manifest instead of a package manifest. I see, so it does want something further in. How do we patch that then using git, etc.? So here we could just say, oh, you know what, this is /lambda. I'm gonna go ahead and close that one. Oops. Okay. Wait, why is that still... Now that should work because now we're using the local path. Hmm. This seems reasonable. Wonder if we should just bite the bullet, make it even simpler. I don't know. I know I'm kind of wishy-washy on this one. I mean, part of me just wants to work, so doing something like this makes sense. Lambda lambda. Async main, then we just return OK event. Oh. Should be some sort of value. Oh, that's JSON Saturday value. Hmm. Ah, this one? Yeah, it's because it feels like that isn't quite hygienic, and it makes me want to actually use the other form instead. Yeah, I agree. We could go make it better, but all right, let's go back to this style instead. Import that. Oh, the no main one? Yeah, that was because of the arguments. It didn't match the expected main function. Well, Tokyo's macros are much better, so this would do it. Now, do we have to have this in there, or can we do handler function func? It's gonna want the local, isn't it? No? Okay. You say so. So it's either going to bail on error there, or it'll be okay. That and this is not returning the value. Oh, no, it is. This is getting handled by the Lambda runtime, so it's returning there, or error. And then if the whole thing fails, then we hit this. I wonder how often this gets hit, or does this just loop forever? Take a peek at run. I'll edit anyways. Yeah, we come through. Handlers here. It's passed in through. Run inner. Handler. We pin that. When do we leave this? If there is no next. I see. Okay. I see. So coming back out, this is basically our loop and handle events until there are none. It doesn't feel like this is, like, what sort of errors will get propagated through there? See, environment, so if it can't read the environment, anything inside of here, run inner. Event. So if event is an error, they're unwrapping it here. That's an interesting way to do that. Oh. So they don't match like the OK error here, right? You'll sometimes see like this, right? But if it didn't match, then they wouldn't be able to give the error back. So instead they let the error through and then just unwrap it here if it is an error. But this would be an error from the incoming, which is, why would that happen? Incoming to stream. So if there is an error in the stream, what kind of error is this? Lambda error. Oh, okay, some generic lambda error. Also, trying to get the environment again. Why did we do this twice? Here, config from environment. That gets the endpoint. I see. And then it's gone again here. Now that body here, what is the type on this? Where's body? Because this call here takes the event, which is A, which is generic, so it has to convert to that type. I see. Okay, that makes sense then. It's peaking. All right. Now, if we wanted to add documentation to this, what would it be? Yeah, we could call it handler. Let's see, it receives an event in context. Let's see, what's a more generic way of saying this? Lambda. It feels like most of this is going to be kind of the same every time. So how would you want to work on this? You basically open the file, jump to the bottom, work on the handler, or have the handler up at the top, and then that boilerplate at the bottom. Or maybe like this, you come in, all right, here's our handler, start working on it here. I'm going to change this from value to custom event. I want to see this work. Custom response. Boilerplate is sad. Why does it think there's an error here? Yeah, I don't disagree that boilerplate is sad. Saying expected comma. What am I missing? Surname, string from blah. What's the end game for this project? The end game for this is to be able to set up lambdas on Rust that are able to support some dynamic capabilities for some of my neighbors. I live in a place where there aren't very many technical people, and so I like to help out my neighbors with technical things. Um, but also, I don't want to like lay on them some like $25 a month like AWS bill, right? So if they're able to get something like this, where I can toss in some sort of dynamic functionality or whatever sort of mostly static website that I might help them out with, um, then I think it works out better for them. And I get to learn Rust and figure out how like if I wanted to integrate this with my other project, which is really usually what we work on here, which is called Legacy. You said customer response and then comma? Wait, did it just figured it out? It's okay now? No, it just took a while. Yeah, we just had to wait. It was catching up. I've got a couple of neighbors that they were affected by the COVID thing, and there's this adorable couple, and they're like, "Hey, can you help us set up a website to sell stuff?" It's like, "What?" And they're like, in their 50s and 60s, and they still need to bring in an income, and they're trying to figure stuff out. It's like, okay, let's do it. So, I think he's in his 60s, she's in her 50s, and they're just building stuff. They like making stuff. They're not done. So, and then you look at like some of these rates. They're like these e-commerce like pricing. You look at some of this stuff, and it's like 25 bucks a month. It's like, you know what? For somebody that might not be getting a ton of traffic or like there's got to be a better way to set this stuff up. So I'd love to set up some sort of e-commerce system for them that doesn't like demand like a Apple or Google sized chunk of their profits. It doesn't cost them like 29 bucks a month or something because they're getting into this. They don't know anything about it, and I just don't want to pay like Shopify out the nose for stuff. I think there's a lot of room for like, this $29 a month. To me, seems like a lot of money to a lot of people. I'm guessing most people on Shopify end up in this $29 a month thing. They're selling maybe a handful of things. Yeah, 29 bucks a month. So, I mean, if you could take away a chunk of their market and say, oh, you know what? We can do the same thing for 10. Right? You're saving a lot of people a lot of money. Or heck, 5. Or, give me a quarter whenever you sell something. I don't care. Because I don't think most of these e-commerce sites are going to be getting their value out of this. But I think it's kind of like that time in the world where you need something that people can make a buck, but not get gouged. Just have it end up being one more sad thing. So So there you go. That's actually my big plan. I haven't really talked about it, but I would like to make an e-commerce system for this for people. Yeah. So Kayiro-san, um, there are so many different places that you can learn Rust in here. Um, I think that Rocket has decent documentation. I haven't used Rocket yet, um, but I think using Rocket documentation is probably a good way to go for it. I keep holding off until their next release because here they're on OTA 45, and last I checked, this still needs nightly, right? I tend not to use nightly. Yeah, they're using proc macro hygiene. Um, but it should be, quote unquote, soon. We should be able to get this in soon. Um, it does run on. Wait. What do you mean? Yes, it does. Context. It it runs on stable, on standard, or nightly. You broke. Oh, it does need nightly. Oh, okay, gotcha. Ah, yes. But Rocket is probably like one of those really nice up and coming systems for handling this. ODA 5 won't need it. Say I keep waiting for that. But I mean, when you think about Rocket versus say Warp or Tower, I mean, Warp has its own downsides. It can be hard to create the combinators, right? It compiles a little more slowly because of all the macro food that they have. Um, Actix Web. Actix versus this, Actix runs unstable. So if you want to make sure you're running unstable, there's that. However, I don't think that Rocket's doing anything outrageous that they need nightly for. It's just that proc macro hygiene recently made stable, and then there was one other thing that they had to change that they had to wait for. So they're really on the tipping point of that. Then there's things lower in the stack. So if you don't want something so large, it's a web yet. Is it .com? I used Actix. I didn't use their latest Actix. I used one a year ago, so it may have changed quite a bit since then, but it is fast. I think that like, if you're using Rust, you're in the category of fast. Like it's hard to do slow in Rust. If you're comparing Rust versus, let's say, Rails, like which one's fast? Eh. I only broadcast at 10 FPS. So usually I'm in a text editor. Scrolling around on the websites, I do try to do like page up, page down. Um, yeah. So I want to make sure that people can see the stream that don't have like crazy bandwidth. So I'm actually streaming at 10 frames a second at, was it 1500 kbps? Or was it 1200? I don't remember. It might be 1200 kbps. So that people on lower connections can actually watch it. Oh, because of the rocket animations, yeah. But this is a great site to look at this stuff. And let's see, do they have? Oh yeah, WebAssembly. They've expanded on this stuff. CMS? Oh, which one is in CMS? Sorry, but there's a lot of stuff in here. I know you have to like dig through it. WebAssembly, web frameworks. It's probably where we would see things like Actix and these things. Yeah. Iron, Gotham. How's Gotham doing? It's been around a while. Thruster's new. I haven't seen that. Warp we talked about. Wow. There's so much in here now. It says 1200. That makes sense. That's my target. Because also I'm on like 4 megabit per second, and people are up. Somebody's probably watching Netflix or YouTube. Did I stare across the room watching somebody on YouTube? So this doesn't seem all that bad. Let's say we had hello. I'm just gonna create a goodbye. Oops. There. So your handler, whatever it is, it's going to be. Now, what about the HTTP stuff? Here's hello, here's goodbye. And let's go back to our make file. Cargo build. Now, can we tell it what to build? Or just to build? Now, how do we specify dependency in make files? Is it :build here? Oh, it's been too long since I've looked at make files. Hello, goodbye. I think it's odd that we would have to stamp out so much down here for each one of these. Hello, goodbye, yada yada. But I guess if you're creating something new, a new service, you would just, come in, copy it, make some changes. I don't think we have to change anything else down here. That and these are for an HTTP endpoint and not a regular, it's not like an S3 event that we're handling. So our hello and goodbye are not correct in this instance. Here's Lambda. Let's go up one more. HTTP examples without macros. All right, that looks exactly the same. That's really our request. So this bit at the bottom changes. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and update the hello and goodbye with this. Oh, see, I went to the bottom of the file. Now they had an empty first name. What was this? Oh, this is in the URL. So hello blah. They're getting the query string parameter from there. Now imagine that you could also get the body. It was a post. What is this macro into response that they're using? Where is that? Oh, here. They're converting the string into a response. So they're just returning something. Okay. All right, that's not bad. I thought they had handler function. Oh, they have handler. I see. So this is not using handler FN, it's actually using something slightly different. Which also means that we have to change the cargo file. There we go. Now, what if we wanted some sort of like S3 or some other event? We're also going to want the old one, was just this. Failed to get Lambda HTTP as a dependency of package. Oh, I wanted to count that. It's called Lambda underscore HTTP. It should be fine with that. Huh. I'll go check again. Unable to update Lambda HTTP. Oh, no such file or directory. Oh, it's a hyphen in... There, that's a hyphen. So check. There we go. Okay, so it's waiting for Vim to wake up now. Alright, so Vim's doing its thing. Yeah, it's doing the little bits here. Then we have handler. Ah, now we have handler. Oh, I can't have that. What should we rename this to? I mean, this could be the function name. So we could call this hello. Or it could be in some sort of library. So maybe we have this here. And we do a source hello. You know, let's go into explore. Okay, that's in the bin directory. No, I don't want to delete that. I want to create a directory. I'm going to create a hello module. Let's do this. Let's take source bin hello with the guts out of this. You know what? I'm just going to grab all of it, come back over to hello lib, toss it over here. We'll get rid of the main function, but I think I did something weird with this. The keyword's not responding. Control Z is not responding. Huh. Okay, that works. It must be Vim. I'm gonna close some of these. Oh, it says it's requesting how. Oh, there it came back. That's why I switched away from Vim to NeoVim, because I didn't want the editor locking up like that. Okay, this is in hello lib, so we're gonna get rid of this. I'm still gonna call it handler, but this will be pub. Is it a public async function, or is it, must be pub async, huh? That error could be at the top level. There's lib. Paste that in there. Pub type error. Okay, coming back over here. Error's gone. We'll share error amongst all these. Use error. Pub mod hello. There we go. I thought we had the hello directory as far as hello lib. That should have worked. Oh, was it supposed to be mod? Give it a save. Yeah, it needed to be mod. Okay. I like this. We have our hello binary, which we can get rid of a lot of stuff. If we don't need serialize, deserialize, error can come from the other, like so. And what do we call this crate? I forgot what we called it. Rust AWS Lambda. Or do we even need that? We just say we'd have hello like this, we'd have goodbye like this. And then we can share the code for these in the library where it needs to be shared. Well, this isn't too bad. Not too bad. Goodbye is not using the HTTP stuff. Should probably make a comment here. hello. What exactly are lifetimes and how do they work? Because you were doing some rocketries for rocket rocketies, stir and string converting stuff, and it was breaking because there were some issues. What exactly are lifetimes and how do they work? Okay, so to understand lifetimes, you have to understand why lifetimes. Now, I'm going to draw this because while we could do it in code, I don't know, I'm just kind of spatial. Um, let's say you had some sort of value, okay? Now, this is some variable, right? It could be a number, it could be a string. Let's say it's a string, and it's like hello world, right? It's blah, 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 hello world inside of there. Now, this is going to be our application. Let's say we declare that inside of the application. So this string is created at the very beginning of the app. We'll call it hello. Hello. All right. Now, what is its lifetime? It depends. Right? If you drop it, its lifetime's done. Um, it should be able to last to the very end of this, right? Its lifetime will go all the way to the end of the program because it's at the beginning of main, right? Now, let's say that at this string, you want to let something else borrow it. And so you have some sort of function. I'm going to just draw where the function is. The function is going to be here. We invoke the function and we're going to pass hello into it. So we're going to pass a reference to hello into this function, right? Now I am awful at drawing ampersand, so I'm going to do it this way. So let's say we have a borrow. You know what, that looks gross. I'm going to try to draw an ampersand. That's an ampersand. Oh my goodness, that doesn't look like an ampersand. Anyhow, let's say we borrow this. Now this here would be a shared borrow because it's not mutable. Okay? That means we could let many things share this value at the same time because they are not exclusively borrowing this. And what you don't see here is that this has a lifetime. So if you come into a function, let's just toss out a little function here. Let's say function Bob is going to take a reference. So, and this is going to be a borrow. And let's say it's a stir. Okay. That's going to return some number or nothing. It doesn't matter. What you're not seeing here is that there's actually a lifetime on this. So the compiler goes through and gives things these lifetimes, right? And that's what this little annotation here is. You're saying, oh, this has lifetime A. So the compiler is tracking all of these, and it's kind of cumbersome to describe all of these in your code. So the compiler does it and just hides a lot of that for you and asks you to describe this occasionally. Okay, when it doesn't know which lifetime you mean to use. All right. Because in this case, you could return something else. Maybe you're also returning a stir here, right? And the reference in here is a portion of the first one. So maybe you have like a substring or something else that you're getting out of foo. And in this case, if you're returning a substring that happens to be pointing to the inside of some other string, it needs to have the same lifetime. Because you have to make sure that the compiler understands that you can't get rid of this lifetime yet. That thing still needs to exist because I might have returned a value from this that is pointing to inside of that. And maybe it's pointing to a smaller portion of this in here. And it has the same lifetime. So that's A. I don't know if I'm explaining this well, but this is kind of how I think about it, in that these are basically, it's the ability of the compiler to know how long things should live, hence lifetime, so that it can throw errors if you try to point to things that are in what I guess would be freed memory, right? It wants to make sure that all pointers point to valid memory at all times. So it tracks this through the mechanism of lifetimes. I'm getting a little OCD on the drawing the circle there. If you have an array, or I guess a vector, and the compiler needs to know how long the elements inside of the vector are going to be managed. Trying to come up with like some decent explanation. I know that, let's see, was it lifetimes are on chapter, borrowing? No, the beginning of chapter 4 in the book talks about this. Yeah, what are lifetimes? Lifetimes are how the compiler tracks and enforces rules on a variable, right? So a variable needs to be owned. It only exists for a certain amount of time. And if things point to inside, like point into that value, the compiler needs to ensure that the thing that they are pointing to is always valid. Gotta adjust the heater. Be right back. So Pink Fluffy Llama, have you done programming in like C or C++? Like things that have like raw pointers? Yes, in like C, you would have like I'm going to use like pseudo Rust C syntax-esque things. But data equals malloc, and you do like size of, right? Whatever the size of the thing that you wanted. Let's say it's 124 bytes, whatever, right? And then inside of here, you said, oh, you know what? I want to say let third is equal to, data 3, and because of this, we're okay. And then we come through and we say, oh, you know what? We're able to free data, right? The lifetime of the data here, you have to be careful about it, right? Because third, if you try to use third out down below this, call foo, or you set that value or do something off of it, it's pointing to freed memory, which might have been allocated by something else now. Right? Let's say you call that, this isn't good. And lifetimes are just the compiler's way of saying that this here is going to be borrowed and that its lifetime is going to be bound to this object here. So when you come through and you free this and you try to do that, the compiler is going to whine at you in Rust. It's going to say, no, you can't do that, right? This lives longer than that. Okay, so now we have HTTP style. I mean, maybe we should call them like HTTP event and something else. I mean, that would make it a little bit more descriptive. Let's get out of Vim and rename a bunch of this. nothing in here for hello and goodbye. Make file. This should just build everything. Now we call this hello Rust function because of the template. Yeah, because of this hello here, hello Rust function. Let's call this HTTP example function name. Does it really matter? Hello Rust. Handler. That should be a binary. Okay, there we go. Event example. All right. Oops. Okay, hello Rust function. Goodbye Rust. No, hello. And we're goodbye. Okay, hopefully that's correct enough. Check make file again. There's a lot of pieces to this. Like you have to touch the make file, you have to touch the template file, you have to touch probably lib.rs, create a directory, have a binary entry point. There we go, that should be event example. Explore. Event example. that goes away. Should complain about error, not good. What did we call this? Rust AWS Lambda. Okay. We'll call that handler like so. Give that a check. Redefined. Here, it says that handler is redefined. I'm not seeing it. Line 4. Oh, it's on HTTP example. There. Gonna need self. Give it a check. Error not found in the scope. That's in HTTP example bin. Okay, let's give that a check. So the event example didn't make that public. Ah, there we go. 18. It should be doing the same thing for this. Oh, interesting. We're not actually using these. Okay, we'll go ahead and get rid of that then. Error. Alright, those do not look like mine. let's do a SAM build on this. And I gotta get going soon. Oh yes, character manager. Put that one. Okay. I'll get lambda as a dependency of this. Why? SAM build debug. Why? Alright, so it's doing the make file. HTTP example function. Oops, that should be a make. That's going a lot further than I would expect. What do we have? Oh, this is, yeah, that's the other project. Okay. I don't think Tmux is happy. I did something to Tmux. I think I want to edit the make file, explain what the different examples are. It'd be nice if this got to Tokyo version 3. Why did this not fail? We ran the make file, just as the other thing ran the make file. I don't know. It's just linking them now. Come on, you can do it. Go, go, go. I wonder if it doesn't like the underscores, like the event underscore example. Yeah, and this, I mean, who knows what version of the compiler they're using. I think I'm on 47. You refreshed the page because you thought the screen was stuck. Oh. I'm actually saving up for a faster box to do this stuff. That and anxiously awaiting the crane lift backend for this. Although I don't think it would help much in this case because we're building release versions, but crane lift is supposed to give us a 30% performance boost, which would be nice. Oh goody, it's down to 1. Imagine having to wait 5 minutes after an edit to see linting in Vim. Oh no, thank you. Oh. Oh yeah, and this is what we expect. We expect this. Okay, and that exists. And it's... They're larger than I expected. I mean, did it get past that? Copy source. So it did this before. All right. So I must have been looking at the wrong thing. Yeah, there's something in there that it just doesn't like. Failed to get Lambda as a dependency of package AWS Lambda. Make file. Yeah, 4 megs. 4 megs. Oh. Four megs. There, cargo build. So if we do a release, this isn't using the other linker. This will use the Mac linker, which I'm not even using the fast one. But if we do this, then we should be able to use cargo bloat, which we already installed, to see where the weight is. Yeah, it does seem like this could be much, much smaller. Like, what is the default? What is like a Hello World project weigh in at? Cargo, new. What is this? Yeah, here we have 376. And that wasn't even built using the other flag, so it could get smaller than this. So it needs an HTTP client, I think, to be able to get data. It's a TOML parser, needs Faraday. But that's a order of magnitude. It seems like a lot of code for that. Alright, so now it's doing the linking again. I wonder how that linker performs too. The musl linker. So it's inside of the builder, the make file. Make failed error. Failed to get lambda as a dependency of package. This. Oh. Oh. Oh, that makes me sad. Okay, I know what it's doing. It copied all the source code to some temporary location just to make sure that when it did build, it wasn't referring to anything outside or by certain paths, etc. So that relative location to the... Alright, forget that. Alright, so it's going to be here. I'm going to give it an absolute path. Because I don't know how to get it to on. Let's look at cargo. Cargo, git, path. Requirements. Okay, yeah. Registry, version, okay. Git, here. You specify branch, great. Path dependencies. But how do you do both? How do you specify that it's inside of this, but also a child of this thing? Wait, it's possible to do what? Both a registry version and a git version or path location. Oh, interesting. So you can actually do both. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, interesting. Okay, then yeah, for the platform specific versions, features, yada yada. Okay. Dev dependencies, build dependencies, choosing features. I think we know this stuff. Okay. So if instead of this, we did give it the git location, I wonder if we could give it the subdirectory of that. So coming back in here, we have this location. No, we can't just say like, oh, this is in a subdirectory of this thing. It doesn't seem to want to work that way. All right. Just do this for now. Hopefully the absolute path would fix it. Sam build. See this here. Copy source. It's like, what the heck is that doing? Oh, you know what? Let me do a debug on it. Oh, look. And it worked. All right, so that's a beginning of this. This sort of base template thing I was putting out there for if people want to look at that or whatever. That's going to be over source hut. All right, sorry. Something came up. So we do have this. Oh yeah, we're gonna add some notes. Let's do the notes real quick. Let's see, what do we have to do? Add. Make file. Templates.toml. Okay, there's that. All right, now I gotta get running. We're gonna give Brooke a raid. But I think that was really helpful to get through that today. Now we can see how these things can wire up. I would like to get it to the point where I can actually publish these to Amazon, figure out how the IAM roles work with this, wire something up for Dynamo. I think that's probably next on the list. Hey, Robin. How are you? And as always, you can reach me offline in Discord. And if you want the archives, they're over here. I was just about to stop. Yeah, that's right. Um, we are doing a little bit of a side project, trying to figure out how to cost effectively set up some web stuff for some of my neighbors. So I'm gonna run, but until next time, y'all, take care.